Hello everyone, Tenshi here once again with more Minecraft. How is it going, everyone? How is it going? Look at this. Isn't it pretty? Look at this. All of this was done. All of this was done with a pickaxe. Yes, pickaxe. Look at this. Look at it. Isn't it pretty? I have been finding the caves. Let's change into a more normal view. Let's do that. Okay, not really sure if the music is musicking at all. I kind of need to take oh oh yeah, I was doing this while I was watching Well Done. All right. All right. All right, 1 second and we will be back to normal program. Normal. Okay. All right. So everyone, thank you for being here. I am not feeling entirely well, but that's the state of things as of lately. I'm not going to take dinner. I entirely forgot. To take one of my meds, but I will go downstairs for it and in a moment. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that. Oh, oof. Okay, we're gonna have to do this. Okay, so I'm Y56. Y56, and I need to excavate around Y32 maybe. So it's a little bit over 80 layers left. It was over 100 if I remember correctly. So here we are. I should promote. Oh my gosh, I'm in a very weird state because I know for sure what is torturing me. What inside of me is wrong. So I need to save money towards that specific goal. Okay, let me promote real quick. Oh my gosh, how is everyone doing today? It's super hot here. I have been watching There's this guy. Basically is satisfactory player tries factorial. That's honestly the kind of video titles that I aspire to ever make at least once. While you are here waiting for me to remember how to promote, don't forget to smash the like button. I greatly appreciate it. Even though I don't mention it too much, I greatly appreciate it a lot. Especially in days like today that I'm not feeling like doing stuff. And there is one thing. There um there is one thing. um oh my gosh, sorry, I got super distracted promoting. I forgot my train of thoughts. If it comes back to me, it will. If not, look. Oh yeah. I remember now. So, uh, uh, um, recently, I have. Well, no, this is something that I know from 10 years ago. I I have some kind of PTSD, or I don't know. I don't want to call it that way, but have you seen those people who look like they're basically in a war zone because of the way they take things, like total anxiety. Why do I struggle that much in pronouncing anxiety? Like, I don't know, I feel like I want to say another sound for the X, like shh or something like that, but that's honestly, that's the most Mexican thing I could do. um we'll talk about that later. Okay, yeah, I should honestly get some of this. All right. And I didn't understand it, but the way my one more. This is it, I think. Like this. We're finally going to get rid of this monstrosity. So the way that I get so anxious and I react, I today's morning was a prime example of that. I realized that there's something there that doesn't let me do things or live life. Oh my gosh. Am I wrong? Oh my gosh. Am I wrong or am I not? This is it. Okay, let me check it out. Just to make sure. No, yeah. Okay, so I'm supposed to do this until -33, but I could survive even if I do it at -30 and then just adjust. Oh no, I have to. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I still don't know. I haven't planned that ahead. What am I going to do with the floor? What am I gonna do with the floor? Okay, but have to be in 2657. All negative. 2657. I keep hearing something. I have my speakers very low volume. I can barely hear the game, but I usually don't play with sound. Okay, so 2657. This one is correct. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is correct. It is correct. Oh my gosh, I chose such a beautiful location. I keep getting impressed. Okay, we're gonna change our tool. So yeah, this is requiring lots of tools. That's why I have an XP farm here. That thing is an XP farm. Hopefully they don't patch it. That would be devastating. All right. So little by little, I'm achieving something. Look, this is therapy for me at this point. I don't remember. I think it was Mumbo who mentioned like just doing stuff is therapy enough. Like I have seen people mentioning that they use Minecraft knowledge to teach. Like someone was mentioning something like that. Do we? Yeah, but that's not gonna last very much. Yeah, this is all that this is going to get. Well, it's fine. So someone was saying like in Twitter or somewhere I saw that somebody said that they were using Minecraft like not playing the game in that moment, but using knowledge. of Minecraft to get kids engaged into a museum visit. And that kids were having fun because of that. So honestly, I have said this since I myself was a student a long time ago. Technically, I'm still a student most of the times because of Chinese lessons and all that. I'm supposed to do the test. Haven't. So, I have always thought that most of the times the teachers don't, or adults don't get people who are in charge of your learning at some point, or in charge of you, in charge of children, and they just don't make an effort because I have seen how people there's another YouTuber who mentions that she teaches, and darn it, sorry, oh my gosh, I didn't want to do that. And she teaches with Animal Crossing. And she homeschools her kids as well. And I think ooh, this is scary. Look at it. Ignore my magnet problem. I discovered that if you're carrying a magnet and you happen to launch yourself with rockets, the stuff doesn't follow you. Look, there's no stuff. Do you see? All my stuff is there. Let me know if there's any sound issue. Hopefully there is not. But let me know. I will gladly try to solve any issue. Hopefully there's not an issue, though. Oh my gosh, I'm even being lazy with my words and my grammar, and I'm usually okay. So time to spill the beans. My English, my knowledge of English, since I'm not a native speaker, I kind of have to prove if I ever want to work or study. I mean, for my age, I don't think they allow me to study. But if I ever want to work or study in an English-speaking country, or I want to teach English, I have to certify my English, which I did. So Cambridge officially said that I can English. I know it's kind of pointless, but oh my gosh, that hurts. That hurts, but well. Yeah, I don't want to do this later. It's better if I do it now. Not really sure, though. how many can dig down, but well. Let me see if I open the door for my mom's cat. Maybe not. Hmm. So point is, one more. I know more vocabulary than the one that I use. I know more English more than the one that I use, and it's not even funny. And I can communicate in English totally, like almost any kind of conversation. At least any kind of conversation I can have in Spanish. Like I'm able to have in Spanish, like speaking about video games, marketing, culture, Japan, the topics that I know things about, yada yada yada. All those things I can speak about in both languages without any issue. Medical issues, I can. There are many things I know the vocabulary of and the grammar for. And this is not me showing off, because usually if you say that you speak English like in my country, it's showing off. I know why. I understand the reasoning behind that. But anyways. So I can use more English, I can use more vocabulary, more grammar points than the ones that I am using right now, or that I use in my videos. Do I choose to use like 100 words and recycle through them? No, it's not a choice. It's like when you have to speak in public, you lose all sense of your language skills, whether it's your mother tongue or not. Sometimes it becomes a little bit easier if you do that in a language that is not yours, because you only have to memorize what you have to say. But if you are free speeching like I do, it's not free speeching, but talking without a script like I do, it's usually harder to come up with words in your own language, but in other languages is double the effort. So that's why sometimes I'm like not even making an effort. Well, it looks like I'm not making an effort to speak. Ouch. That hurt. To speak proper English. Although I try to, because that's mostly how I speak in my own language, quite more properly. Okay, so I'm going to take a short break. I'm gonna open the door for my mom's cat. And I'm gonna go fetch my pain medication. And be back in maybe 5 minutes. I will try to be fast. Don't promise much. I'm back, everyone. I opened the door for my mom's cat and I took my pain medicine. It's not pain. I'm pretty sure it's not pain. Oh my gosh. A bus just passed in front of my house and that guy needs to fix his brakes. Oh, it still hurts. Hopefully we don't have to do what I did the last time that I had to leave the stream earlier. Hopefully I don't. Let me check. Is it pain medicine? You know? Oh yeah, painkiller. Pain produced for I don't know how to translate that. It's one kind of tissue, the tissue that we have in the intestine. For inflammatory pain of. Oh. Okay. Okay. Fluoroglucinol. Okay. All right. It's also is okay. Okay, it's gonna help my kidney, my pain in my kidneys if I have them. All right. Yeah, I received bad news today. Oh my gosh, guys, it happened. Can't believe that. So my one neighbor and friend of my mom's, she has diabetes and she has been struggling with several issues in the last few years, and they basically told her there's no more doctors can do for her right now. We don't know the details. It's none of our business. But yeah, it was very devastating news. I usually don't have reactions in real life, even though I know it's something tragic and I'm aware of what it means and everything. So I don't know. Oh, what is this? Must have been I never know how to express it. I can't put that in logical words sometimes. I was gonna save this thing, but I already have this at my house, so don't care much about the lichen. Let's remember that this block, the limestone, is not a vanilla block. It is part of Expansion Plus, an add-on that I have in this world. I never thought it was gonna be so bothersome when it comes to them. To the additional mobs, and they're only like 5. But yeah, I'm not really sure what point I wanted to make with that, but it was... Oh yeah. So there's a lot of people who are sick out in the world, and that's awful bad luck. That shouldn't happen. But and we have doctors to thank for the advancements in modern medicine and the survivability of the human species. Are we a species or are we a race? We're not a race. I'm not really sure what we are. I promise I did pay attention in biology classes, but I forgot. So I know we owe doctors most of our survival nowadays, like scientists who have, not necessarily doctors, but doctors have been saving lives in one way. Scientists have been saving lives in a similar way, like researching, not giving up, using their intelligence for the good of humanity, sometimes not even knowing it. But some other times I wish doctors were more aware that education is a huge key when it comes to patients' recovery, because most of the times they don't use they don't explain things. I have had doctors not explaining things to me, and most of the things I know about my disease have been me watching conferences, videos, reading about it online, both in English and Spanish. Not everyone has that luxury, I know. So that's where doctors come in. They should be telling people, explaining things in clear vocabulary. I know many doctors have this idea of becoming a doctor for the sake of being important, and at least in Mexico, becoming a doctor is expensive. Like dentists, for example, are rich people. Like, very few people who have no resources can really get into orthodoncy, because orthodoncy, I don't remember. Because the materials, even if you are in a public university, which usually have the best education compared to private medicine schools, but they have to buy materials and it's expensive. So many of those things are unreachable even for people who don't pay for education, like you have a scholarship or something, but you cannot buy the materials. Or when you're a doctor, um hopefully I felt like I saw lava, but no. Hopefully there's no more expenses as a doctor, but dentists, yeah, that's a rich kid thing. I haven't never met a dentist with humble origins, by the way. Um and I don't know. I don't know. I think this is the one that I'm making. Here I just want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. But I know there's a lot of elitism, and if you ever learn something from a doctor, they might be opening the doors to access to education, and there's a lot to unpack there. Yeah, I know the elitism, gatekeeping, got it. But honestly, many lives could be saved, or many problems could be avoided if doctors wanted to teach. That's why I'm very much okay with my current doctor, because he has explained in plain vocabulary what to what my disease is, what's wrong, what's the oh, I'm going to continue this part. It seems interesting. I decided not to adopt any more buns. They're like very they're not very intelligent, if you ask me. Welly, are you streaming? Of course you are. I'm pretty sure you are. Did I keep my your stream in my phone? No, you're just still streaming. You're taking a break, cutie. Enjoy your break. I'm dealing with a stomachache. So I'm honestly not very happy with the idea of doctors not explaining things and not being able to their work is to save lives, to heal people. So you have to do a lot of things unless you're in the hospital. Unless you're in the hospital. And they take absolute care of you, depending where you are. So there, you don't have to do much other than rest and try your best. At not dying. Sounds horrible. Sounds like a video game. We're gonna have to get rid of this bridge. Run somewhere else. They're not very intelligent. That's why I'm not adopting more bunnies. They're so... Alright, they're not very intelligent. But yeah, my biggest issue is with doctors not explaining. I have met people who... I don't know how they got to the doctor. And when you ask them, like, okay, what did they give you? What... Look, I know for a fact that I should have studied anything in health science. But that ship already sailed. Because of my interest in it, but I don't think I could be able to handle the long hours. So, what I wished for it to happen is that doctors explain things and make it clear the steps that you have to take and make sure that you understand whatever you have. Like, I when I was little, doctors gave me always penicillin because I used to have colds, to get colds. Let's generalize cold as maybe flus, maybe that kind of general thing that you have, like... So, I don't know, doctors should explain, should make sure. When I I was 12 when I was diagnosed with thyroid issues and thyroid disease. It's a chronic disease because it will never be cured. That's a condition that I will have for life. And the doctor was clear to my mom, and the doctor told her, and my mom made an effort. My mom is very, very smart, so accepting her choice of men. That's a conversation for another day. So my mom learned how to read my blood tests. So the small window of time, because I was getting blood tests every single day, the small window of time that we had between the test and the doctor's visit, my mom knew how the medicine was helping me or not. My mom, who is not a professional of health science, she's a professional of teaching. She got her degree in teaching. Me, I'm not a professional of science, any kind of medicine, health, science stuff. You know that it is a small tangent, or maybe a tangent from a tangent. This, I thought I saw a lichen. This I dug down 2 entire layers today, maybe more. I think it was 2. Oh, let's change. I shouldn't be using colors that are common in zombies for my shulker boxes. Or look, this green is basically a creeper green, so it's been an experience. So yeah, whenever you have to deal with health issues and doctors don't tell you in plain, simple language what you have and what you're going to face, and then they complain. They say, oh, it's the patients don't follow instructions. Well, what kind of instructions did you give? I look, I follow instructions. Because that's who I am. I don't follow orders. Look at the baby! Oh my gosh! Stay a baby forever. I don't have a golden dandelion. Oh, don't go and fall to your doom. Go somewhere else. Don't find down there, please. Don't be a rabbit. You're smarter than a rabbit. Oh my gosh! Hello, hello, hello. Look at this smile. Oh, the little ears. You're a cutie. I couldn't love camels in real life, to be honest. or any most animals. Not that I hate them, obviously not, but one thing is like in pictures and video games, and another thing is animals in real life are more difficult to handle. So I don't know, I don't think I would love it. The same with horses. Like they're cute and everything, and I don't mind seeing them, but when I think about all the care they need, I'm like, no. I'm already high maintenance myself. I really love doing this, and I don't enter this world every day. I think I come here every week in the recent days because health and low energy. But I really love the how all the stress that you have from your day, from your life, the problems, um, the worries, everything. I oh yeah, I know who it was. I know who it was. Mojang, well, Minecraft, published a video on YouTube recently, and Jeb, I don't know how to pronounce his full name, so Jansen something, like that's difficult. All the Nordic, I know it's not Nordic, but Northern European names in general are very difficult for me to pronounce, except Italian and Spanish last names. Romance language, you know the drill. French is unpronounceable for me. So, point is, he was saying that he loves collecting cobblestone and making castles out of cobblestone. And for me that was something amazing, because look, I need some structure, some direction, and getting into Minecraft at the beginning, it was a little bit hard because what do you do? There's no instructions. So at the beginning it was stressful, but when I got the gist of how of the how-tos, I was able to create my own way of gaming that might be similar to many other people, but it's my own. So when he mentions that he loves building castles in Minecraft, and that's his way of decompressing, of relaxing. I said, oh, well, I just mine. He said I love to mine in a long line and collect cobblestone, and I was like, I love the part of digging down, mining, using your pickaxe to collect stuff. So for me, it's, I don't know, digging down layers of stuff. Oh, are you the baby? More babies. I do this because I don't want if I use my elytra, I mean the rockets more than the elytra, the rockets, I might be in trouble. We need to procure some food. Let me tell you, I am at the precarious point of my life. So I have two options. I could go to the nether, but I don't remember what part of the nether I am in. Or I could try to find pigs in this pretty little forest. Look, this is another... Is that bad, the situation that I need to think about cows? I don't eat beef since a long time ago. Where did I get all these items from? Interesting. Oh, hello. So, pigs or... Definitely not you. Oh my gosh. My left hand is getting numb. Hello? Hello? A piggy? Found one. This sword allows me to... There's a cave down there. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, the sword is really good for... for this. All right. I'm gonna place these things here. Oh yeah, we do have a golden dandelion. I'm gonna place them here. So for me, I have found that this game especially, or Core Keeper, I haven't played Core Keeper in a while, since I have had worried more and more about my health. I kind of haven't found proper balance in my gaming as it was before. But well, it is what it is. So for me, this is heavily relaxing. Look, you complete I was a moment ago, I was at Y56. Now I'm stepping on Y55. I'm getting rid of Y56. Well, digging down, not getting rid. English. I love that whenever I don't find a word, or I know there's an even better word in my in but it's not in my memory at that moment. I'm like, no, English. English is hard. Now guys, I forget things in both languages. I forget a lot of words in Spanish. Today I didn't remember a word. I was trying to remember it. I don't even remember which word it was, but I remember the word in English. It's more often than not, it's forgetting something in Spanish and I remember the English word, or forgetting something in English and not knowing the word in any other language. And sometimes, but the fewer times, it's forgetting things in all languages, in both languages except Japanese. That's the funniest one. And I'm like, I have a dictionary. That's the advantage, that the dictionaries English Chinese and English Japanese, or Japanese English, both ways, are have better quality in apps. You know that now every time you download an app, there's when the app connects into the internet, shows you ads, tells you to go premium or whatever. Actually, one of the dictionaries I use asks people to go premium. But it's not very intrusive. It's like, oh, you want to use this very specific, very advanced option, go premium. So I never use it because I kind of know it already. Like there's ways. It's the Chinese dictionary, Pleco. That's the dictionary, the one to go for Chinese. And then I don't remember which one I use for Japanese, but they have the Japanese one. I could there's another one that is way better, but they don't make it anymore. Like if you download, you cannot even download it. If you pass it from one phone to the other, to a newer one, you have to fetch all the information. And I think the database doesn't exist anymore. But well. But I'm using one that is okay. But usually languages that are not English, Spanish, or English into Spanish, the apps are usually for Spanish English, the apps are garbage. So I have, which one do I have here? I don't see it, but I think I have an Oxford dictionary from like 20 years ago, and there's another one, but well. So sometimes I'm like, oh, I forgot this word, but I remember how it's said in Japanese. So, or whenever I want to see something in Japanese, I check it in the Chinese dictionary because I can write with my finger the characters. And I haven't found the Japanese one that does that the same way as Pleco. So most of the times the symbol does exist, the character does exist in Japanese, in both Japanese and Chinese. So I have to use lots of dictionaries for my memory issues. Speaking of memory issues, I just watched Cleo's Hermitcraft video and I didn't have to do that, but I did. And I loved it. I think. Okay, people, let's talk marketing for a second because. What is a Tenshi stream without the marketing lesson? I need some water. Darn it. I have been dehydrating. It's too hot. So, after watching the Hermitcraft charity event, I'm gonna say it was amazing. I'm so glad they were able to gather all that amount of money and nothing but respect. But if I say it for a second as a marketer, a charity event is one of the best marketing tools for a YouTuber. I'm not saying it's fake because honestly, if I had the chance to either donate money to something that makes the world better, I could, despite if it's or if it is or not, of whether it is a marketing tool or. But let's just talk about how the perception of the public changes. And I'm going to be utterly subjective because it's not a market studio or market. It's not called studio, market research. In Spanish it's called estudio de mercado, which means market studio. No, that's different thing. Let's go sleep. But usually I was remembering them. Um, how brands are more valuable depending on different factors. And the most valuable brand in the world so far, right now, it's Coca-Cola. As for last time I checked, it was Coca-Cola. But honestly, there are brands that have been climbing. That climb. Is the B mute in climb? Climbing. I don't know. They have been climbing that top list. Let's call it a list. And the value of the brand depends on several things that I don't remember. But there's like an amount of things. And it will help you basically to sell your brand, your product under that brand. It's what we were seeing yesterday in Story of Seasons. In Story of Seasons, Grand Bazaar's animal animal festival, that once you have won the festival, your products become branded. So that's basically what happens to whatever product under that brand, and how valuable they become just because of that. And it's not only winning contests. That helps. That's why many marketing agencies go into contests to get that. Like, it's like the Oscars. Like, they're allegedly a reputable kind of contest. I'm not really sure what they are. Award. So if you win awards, if you achieve something, your brand becomes more valuable, and then you can sell your products at a premium just because of the value of the brand. Or you can do more things as a company that no other companies can. And we have several examples, like Coca-Cola, Apple, in the late years, Nintendo. No matter. Oh, guys, I have just noticed. Look at this. It looks like a circle, not perfect, but almost. So the image of the hermits, I know they don't do this for the for the image. I'm not saying, oh my gosh, they're so. Hopefully they are not. I'm not saying they're not. They're very shallow and business and blah blah blah. It's not that. That's not the message. That's me saying, a marketer saying, the value of your brand when you achieve such an important thing increases. Now the Hermitcraft brand was already, and it's not a brand. It's but it has elements of a brand. It's an identifier of something else. It has a logo. They generate a logo every season. They don't have what people call a catchphrase, but it's not a catchphrase. It's a slogan. But it's a group of other brands. So each person is a brand as well. I just came across my old branding textbook, by the way. And the first thing I saw was Coca-Cola, and I was like, oh hell, some things haven't changed. It's over 10 years since I was... You're gonna stay. So the Hermitcraft brand increased its value thanks to an achievement. That's basically the whole statement there. That's my observation. And I'm glad. I hope with some of the news in the Minecraft general community that just came across that I didn't know anything about, all the PvP scenario became unplayable at this point, or it's really weird how it's been managed. I didn't even know about all the things and the parties involved, and now I had to, thanks to Twitter. Never changed Twitter. Guys, we are seeing the history in the walls. That is amazing. Well, so with all the things that are happening in the Minecraft community, good and bad, I think increasing the value of your brand, and by value I don't mean like dollar value. I'm saying something even more implications than just dollar value, than money. It's what you can do with a brand later on. But well, so I don't know. I am glad that that happened. Yeah, I have seen many people mentioning how Hermitcraft is one of the most unproblematic SMPs out there. And oh yeah, something that I needed, that where all this came from, because yeah, I was not going to talk about brands value, the equity of the brand, and that kind of stuff. It was also a really good moment for people to get to know other hermits, not only the 3 favorites that you may have, whoever they are. And for example, I didn't have a good opinion on Beat-ups, not because of himself, but because of the format of his videos was not my thing. That's an entirely reference thing, nothing else. So for example, getting to know how some of them are in real life, or how they behave, live in interactions, changed my perspective on them. Like, for example, Beat-ups, I'm not really sure if I'm going to watch his videos. Well, I have watched a couple of them, but I'm not entirely sure. But my opinion on him as like him being pretentious because he abuses cinematography in his videos, like, changed. And now, for example, Cleo, I see them as a different person now. Because we got the face reveal and it was exciting. And I loved their participation in the entire thing. Like, the kind of energy that Cleo brings to the hermit. Like, it's different from their avatar in Minecraft. Hi, Chubel. Welcome in. We are chilling, relaxing. My favorite activity, using the pickaxe to clear over 100 layers. And I say over 100, I think it was 101. But now I'm able to say it's less than 100 what we have left. As you can see, I did like 2 and I didn't need a beacon. Well, I'm doing the easy part. I'm doing the easy part. How did we get? Hi. Hello. Hope you enjoy your visit here, because what else can we do? The bunnies are not very intelligent. So my image of many of them changed, especially the ones that are not that public with their own image outside of hermit Minecraft avatar. So in general, like, it was very enjoyable. Once again, I cannot stop thinking when I watch something, I'm not just consuming it. Like, people watch things and believe them or not, and that's it. That's the end of it. And there are some people who are very critical and they question the content and etc. I question the form, not the content. The form. Well, the content as well, but that's another issue. I was watching a video and then I saw that it was a guy who has thousands of views and thousands of subscribers, and he is like, basically he films himself and he adds videos in the background. Like, he was talking about Nintendo and Pokemon, and he was like, he had a background video or separate video, but you know what I mean. Oh no. Showing over and over a bottle of the same, that's what over and over means. The same footage of the same game, the same promo images, same promo video over and over again. Like, I know you have to do certain things to make your video safe of copyright. And especially using a trailer is one of the easiest ways not to get in trouble with copyright, because if you go and attack people, as Nintendo should know already, if you attack people for showing your commercial ads, that's the fastest way for people to stop watching your ads or even talking about them, because that's free promotion. I'm honestly surprised when people take that the wrong way. Like, companies take that the wrong way. Like, no, you cannot use my footage. Oh yes, we can, and we will. So that's what I thought about that one, but also I thought, like, oh, it's also a very lazy way of making a video. And I watched more videos of the same guy, and everything was the same format. Like, strange. So this is the first time in my life that I find a fossil in the overworld. Oh, this, I think this was supposed to be a cave. Look, this was a cave. Oh, this is the rest of the cave. So this is the first time I see a fossil in the overworld. I have seen hundreds in the nether. Yeah, whenever I see something, it's not just, oh, there's content about this. I see what's going on in the background, and I say, why did they choose to use this? So at the beginning, I didn't know, like royalty free, like copyright safety, because um, YouTube has become more and more strict about it, and there are companies that abuse such a thing. Can I sleep? Thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna leave the fossil here. I might make like a kind of base to place it. To pretend that it's holding up from there. I think I'm gonna do one more layer and we might go underground. I usually come here when underground becomes too much. Underground is not easy. Like there's a lot of deep slate that makes you wish you were using only netherite. Okay, okay. So this is one of those things that we might need to So I did something. I haven't been just digging down. Sometimes you have to build up. And even though I want to leave the terrain as untouched as possible to have that kind of thing, look how it looks like over there in the walls. The walls are telling a story. The story here is desert, badlands. You see where the terrain changes and all the different kinds of stones that the small parts where there's dirt, even though it's below the dirt levels, or you see the granite, you see where the terracotta ends. So I want that kind of story to be told through the walls. I don't want to touch them. But also, I kind of don't want the caves to be in the way. Do you see this? This wall didn't exist. Like the upper part, a small part of it existed, but you can see the line. You can see the line. It's pretty obvious. You can see so many things in it. The water is a little bit greener. It reminds me of the sulfur caves. There's lava below. Such an interesting formation, but well... I forgot about them. Do I have? Yes, I do. Oh, there's two of them. Not very nice. So I tried to the best of my abilities to do something about this. Okay, yeah, no. Give or take, it's not precise, it's not going to tell a story, but it's going to be a wall. You can still go up from here, but you cannot really notice much. Make sure to light up everything. I don't want surprises. As I was saying. But yeah, I remember one day I decided that I wanted to do this, and oh my gosh, it was a challenge. All this wall. Ooh, I almost hit my head. Ouch. Should rest a little bit more in real life. I have been having horrible sleep patterns in the recent few days. It's too hot, so the heat has been waking me up, and then if you count that my parents are very active in the mornings. So my dad wanted me to open the door for him while my mom was taking a shower, and I was like, not this early, please. 7 in the morning, it's not. Look, I'm a night owl, and I lose respect for early birds at this point, because they don't respect our sleep, but they want their tendencies, their morning tendencies, to be respected. That should not be tolerated. If there's someone who has a different sleep pattern than yours, just respect that. It's not a big deal. Okay, I need to focus. Okay, it's going to be 10, so it's fine. Oh my gosh. Still don't see what shape it is. Some people say it's like a sniffer. Could be. I have been meaning to text someone and I have been forgetting. It's not necessarily urgent, but it's something that I have been meaning to do the entire week. I'm like, yeah, I will do that later. I will do that later. Then you have those moments when you procrastinate even the most, even the simplest activities in life. There is a cave here, so my next mission is to cover it up. It's a huge piece of, I was gonna say land, but it's stone. Oh. No. So there's something that Weldon calls bedrock magic, and it's the capability of bedrock having some let's call them quality of life, because it's quality of life features. Like, for example, if you keep your mouse clicking, look, my mouse, the button is clicked down. So if I didn't have to move anything, so I keep it clicking and it will perform the action. In Java, I think that's not a thing. Also, Bedrock Magic is this thing where you can place the blocks in that way, which makes some things easier. Many people say that those differences in the controls are basically for mobile and console users. But I have noticed that it is a little bit, just slightly faster if I click every time that I break block. This is me not using Bedrock Magic, and this is me using Bedrock Magic. So I have to stop to allow the pickaxe to continue on the same line. And if I click like this, I am even using control to accelerate to keep up. So I am confident that this small test proves that it's faster to click for each time you break a block, especially a block. Okay, it depends on the block. Okay, stone, the rhythm, the pacing is perfect. Terracotta, I think it is the case as well. Oh. Granite goes here. Okay, we're gonna have to make sure it goes somewhere else. Wait a second. Yep, that's a chest. I thought there was another one. It was sending things to that other one. That's not nice. All right. All right. Time to go downstairs. I think my mom is cooking something else. Because I can smell something. This bunny has been here for a long time. I'm not really sure. Look, this looks like... Oh. I used the golden dandelion on you. Okay, I have a responsibility to keep you... safe fish. It's laggy. No. I think it's gonna take me maybe around 20 minutes to finish this layer, and we should go underground. Honestly, it's better to go to the... to the underground, to the deep the deep slate levels with a better pickaxe. I mean, this is efficiency 5, silk touch, breaking 3, mending, like fully enchanted, better efficiency that it can have. The only other ways to improve your pickaxe is with haste or using the netherite pickaxe. I think my mom is roasting more chili peppers. Oh, she's going to make mole. Mm. Yeah, I usually prefer to go to the underground deep slate when I go deep slate collecting. That we have now lots of deep slate. I prefer to do that with a netherite pickaxe. We will manage. One thing that I noticed is that I don't have... That looks like a baby, eternally baby. Are you two babies? Guys, I think I don't have updated my bunnies. They don't look like the new ones. And I don't have a texture pack like actions and stuff. I was talking about my actions and stuff world while I was intending to when I interrupted myself. Very rude. I feel like I need to do something like this in my actions and stuff world because this is not the new bunny. So I don't have enough deep slate in that world. I was trying to I was trying to get some to make a farm. I don't remember. I think it was a froglight farm. And I thought for a second, oh, I should use deep slate, but I don't have deep slate. That will solve it. Now for this part, did I use all the granite? I did. So here I think we're gonna be using this. This is the corner. This part I must make it in the slate. I need this one here. Maybe we're gonna need more. I know this is not part of vanilla, but this world stopped being vanilla a long time ago. Long time ago. I know. Oh, this is gonna be enough momentum. Welly is still streaming. So awesome. Alright, my pickaxe conditions are awful, and I said that I was gonna go underground, not here. Look, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, let's keep. Wait a second. Oh, okay. No, we are right. Ouch. That's why I cover. That's why I cover all the holes. Those actually interrupt your mining. But you can notice I don't have any kind of... It's so funny to see them like this. I don't have any kind of plan. I mean, I mapped out the area, and this is the part that's going to take the longest, where I take down every block. Look, this is going to help me a little bit. So all this area that I don't have to dig down is going to be super interesting. Like even now, if I have caves like this showing up, I can. I can skip all these parts. Look, there's something here. It's not much, but all of this area, I don't have to dig it down. But I compensate with making an entire wall out of it. Considering, I think today I started stepping on Y57. Like right now to dig down, to mine this layer, I'm stepping on Y54. That's what I count. We're almost there. We're almost there. This is the entrance to another cave, and I think this is connected to that other one. Yeah, it is. Yeah, my mom is roasting chili peppers again. The amount of Mexican dishes that have roasted chili peppers, red chili peppers, not the green ones. The green is kind of acceptable, but the red chili peppers, the amount of dishes that use them to make like a red sauce that you can later put into broths and stews is alarming. I was talking to my doctor when I went to my appointment last week, and oh my gosh. He basically mentioned that in every culture, people have to, in every country, people have to take care of what they eat. Obviously, but uh, he said that in every country they have pathologies registered to be the most common ones because of eating habits. And by eating habits, I mean the things you eat. But like, not only, we're not talking only about trash food like chips and soda, and yeah, that's a huge factor, but it was more like what is riskier for certain cultures because they consume a lot of, so like in Asian countries they eat a lot of rice and fermented stuff, and there are like Japan that consumes a lot of raw items. Like, I'm not really sure if it's comparable of what Europeans eat as a raw food, but besides that, so in Mexico is the fat and the fermented stuff that we love to consume. So that's why whenever he says me, he insists in my in making sure I eat properly. He insists in the things that I have to eat and that I have to avoid. But also, I mean, it's based on my own disease, obviously. Oh my gosh, we are almost finishing. Is this the last part? This is the last part. Oh, if we don't count that corner over there. Let me see if I can finish this without changing into day, without sleeping. It's a tricky business. No. Let's go. Oh, there's an infant. Wow, the model changed. I'm sorry, I wanted to see it, but it started attacking me, and now I have hunger or whatever the effect's name is. Well, at least I finished. At least I finished. Look, over there. We need to get this part done, but that's gonna be a problem for awaken me, not sleepy me. $55. Okay, yeah, I was correct. Oh, yeah, around 20 minutes. The remaining part, let's say half an hour, because we're gonna finish this section, this corner especially. Everything for my dad's 75th birthday. Uh, at least my mom is happy. Let's call it happy. Content that my dad asked for food, because most of the times he's like throwing tantrums during his birthday. He wants to be celebrated, but he says like on the day he says like, oh, nobody made this dish for me, or if there's one dish he wants that dish. Oh my god, tomorrow is his birthday. He doesn't want what we have, like oh, I wanted meat and you're giving me stew, or I wanted stew and you're giving me meat, or that kind of tantrum, like a child. Tomorrow is Children's Day in Mexico. So it's very appropriate. Like he behaves like a baby. But this time he did ask for a certain dish, and my mom was like, yeah, I can make that. But they're the same. They behave equally dramatic. And I tell my mom, like, give me information about things. Don't make me guess. Don't force me to guess what you're thinking, because this is something. Okay, this is something. Venting time with Tenshin. In Japan, they have something that they call kuki yomeru. Kuki is air, yomeru is to be able to read. So they're basically, it's like reading, like what in English is usually called reading the room. And you know, that's some kind of skill that either needs to be trained or is not that easy to achieve. On your own. And Japanese people have used the inability to read a room, to read. It's more than that. It's not only reading the room. It's way more than just that. Oh, we need to see how is... I'm going to use a few of the materials for making torches. All right. Sword is not in use. I only need to get all of this done. Where's the magnet? The magnet goes here. For some reason, I only have 3, but maybe that's all I needed. And I only rotate my tools, and this is more than enough. Way more than enough experience. Tammy! Oh my gosh, I'm dying. My mom is roasting chili peppers. And that's it. That's it. I don't even know how many allays I have. Looks like it's 4, but it might be more. I don't know. Why did my book disappear? Torches. With an experience farm in my world. Cami, you need this experience farm. It's easier. The armadillo one can lag your world a lot. This one also has some lag issues. Oh my gosh, the sound over here is horrifying. I don't know how many, it might be 4. Yeah, I prefer not that sound. And look how compact it is. I boarded the chunk just to make sure that I don't put anything here and that everything is inside the chunk. So I need to make it. Blocks. 2 dispensers. A lace. 3 blocks of glass. 3 buttons. One fence. I don't really need these blocks outside. And since you have essentials, 1 second. Ignore my wisp. In the book, you can check the chunks, but it's not entirely necessary. You click the chunk borders and it will show you where a chunk is. The point is that you don't make the farm in the middle of 2 chunks. Oh my gosh. Really? Settings, chunk border, ready. The blocks cannot be stone. So that's why I used concrete, but you can use terracotta. I try to use blocks that are not in nature, that you have to process, like polished diorite, polished granite, polished deep slate. I think deep slate alone, it could be a bad idea. I want my magnet. Thank you very much. And no, this is this way. This. Oh, and you need to be able to make potions because you need the potions. I am not sure if I clicked the thing that I have to click. You don't even need redstone because this the dispensers are activated with the buttons. Oh, you need the potion of harming 2 for that thing. For the arrow. Instant damage 2. It has to be 2. Campfire. And 1 sign. The sign does something, but I don't remember what. Let's go to the deepest depths of the world. Okay. Yeah, it's better if I go through the... I could break this block, but honestly, it's a bad idea. Well, you know what? I'm gonna place them here. have such an absurd quartz. Yeah, quartz is not a bad idea. Oh, I finished this level. I did finish this one. Look at it. Look at it. Sorry. There's just so much we're going to need to dig down. I can make potions. You also need the potion of what is it called? The one that is made with stone. Infestation. Those are the ones that activate the whole thing. The point is, if you infestate something... I almost killed you. What are you doing here? Oh, it's asleep. If you infestate yourself, if you get hurt, the infestation, what it does is that it produces lots of silverfish, and silverfish can be killed in a very 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In a very controlled environment, like in a small one. It's not like the oozing potion that is way different. So this can make very compact farms. But most when hurt, most mobs will die, even yourself. But alays and armadillos have a way to keep themselves alive. I've already made a bunch of infestation. It has to be splash. It not potion, not simple potion. I don't have any potions here. It has to be splash. So when the dispenser throws it, it applies its effect to the alays. Even if it's for armadillo farm, it's the same potion. A splash. Okay, 1 second. I can make potions. What do I need for the harming to Let me check. Never memorized them. I never ever memorized them. So harming potion. That can be a normal harming potion. It doesn't have to be splash or lingering or anything like that. Harm. You need to make a potion of healing and use I don't know the name of the object. Fermented spider eye to make it a potion of harming. And then you have to add glowstone dust to make the potion of harming too. And I will send you, I'm pretty sure I already sent this to you. I sent you this is from the wiki. Manifestation, I already went with another bastion the other day, but it was only like half of one. It's fine. You're progressing through bastions. Were you able to do bastions a couple months ago on your own? Sorry, I'm my hair is a mess today. I want to cut my hair, but oh my gosh, I just suffer with that because I leave my hair grow like 2 years. I don't cut it at all. Then when I go to the salon, they say like, oh no, it's too long. I don't want to cut it. You should keep your hair. I'm like, no, I don't care. Got another ancient debris from it though, so I was able to nether on my fortune 3 pickaxe. Oh, perfect. Pickaxe is one of the best things to go to make netherite. Prioritize your all your armor, your sword, and your pickaxe. Besides that, there's nothing much. Oh my gosh. That's rude. There's no benefit of making other things netherite. I mean tools. If you want to make your horse armor netherite, though, it's fine. Not a priority. Three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's splash, I think. Yeah, splash it is. So anyway, got lots of healing already. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you can make the healing a healing too. Oh, you can check. You can check them. Oh, look at you. This is the part that drives Cammy crazy. Let me tell you all, because of the diamonds floating everywhere. Tell them it's time to let the hair go. I honestly, that's why I quit my former hairdresser, because she couldn't fathom the idea that I was going to cut my hair. And it's just that it's extreme. Like, I go from 2 to 3 year old hair, like growth of hair without any trimming in between. Like, it's 3 full, I think this time it's 3 full years of no trims at all. And I go from that to super short hair, like what usually men ask for. Well, not Mexican men, because somehow they go very extreme. They go for a more military cut. No. Something normal. Because when it's so hot as it is today, and we're in the middle, I mean in the beginning of a heat wave right now. So it's extremely hot. Remember that I live in a very mild temperature area. Well, mild is one way to say it. Another right chest plate sword, my 2 pickaxes right now. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Nether healing 2. Okay, then you only have to add the spider eye, the fermented one. You have to make fermented spider eyes. I have to loop off my own. Yumi has the looting madness. It's all just bunched up on the top back because it's so thick and wavy, and I couldn't keep washed enough to stay down. What? I think expansion is disappointing me. Expansion Plus. Because they were announcing a lot of things they were going to add when they came out, and they were promoted a lot. And they said like, oh, we have all these blocks. And then they said, oh, we're going to make even more things. And I don't know, maybe I don't have them in my Twitter anymore, or the algorithm is not helping, but I'm pretty sure they were very active showing what the add-on has. But I still prefer plenty of blocks. I have a couple of plans with actions and stuff and plenty of blocks, but my brain has been in the story of seasons mood, so there's also that. And the day that I open Factorio, there is a reason they call it Cracktorio, because it hooks you up. The plus side, I do have a pillow built into my head right now. Oh, you mean your hair as well? How do you prefer it? Like long or short? Because I prefer to have it long and short. Like I'm too lazy to go to have my hair cut. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't want to keep this amount of hair in my head. It gives me headaches. It takes forever to dry. It just oh no. Cracktorio. Yeah. Oh, hello. It's just that the problem with Factorio is that you have always something to achieve. Look, more diamonds. And I only do that with the diamonds. Okay, so I have Duff and Deep Slate here, and I have like random items somewhere else. Very random. Look, I'm supposed to do this. This is 26. Okay, no, this is wrong. I need it fairly long because my head is too round. Oh my gosh. I never realized that. I'm like, no, I just want it long or I want it short because it's comfortable. But vanity is not my thing. Yeah. Digging down one level here is super slower compared to the levels in the surface because that's stone and we're still digging at the sandstone levels. This is at the diamonds. Cami, I will tell you, I will DM you the moment that that's gonna be in several months though. When I dig them down. When I take them with me, I will tell you. I will let you know. First than anyone. It burns us. Have a round soccer ball head and a tiny chin. Oh my gosh, Cammy. You describe it. Oh, in such a way, where was I digging that up here? For Jolan and it infuriates me. Oh my gosh. I cannot even describe my face. Like, it's a face. But I'm also very bad at remembering faces. So, how is it? Here. On the list of stuff of that experience farm. I'm not really sure if I have the experience, the list. I have my notebook here with me. If I took note of it, I might. If not, I will send you the video. Trident, squid, prismarine, shulker, blaze. I have taken note of most of the farms that I have made. Science land. This is a blaze farm, prismarine, trident, squid, ink. Roguelite. This is the mob farm. How many farms have I taken note of? This is my actions and stuff world. Trial chamber. Oh, this is this world. What is this? Trident farm. Okay, no, this is not. I think I didn't take note of that because everything else is Fantasy Life. Like I have 2 pages of Fantasy Life. I'm gonna check it out in the. I'm gonna send you the video. Camille has such a way with words. You do. You can describe things I cannot. Like, you know that in books, I basically sometimes my brain skips the descriptions. Like, oh, the room was big. And, well, it's just that the writers don't use the word big. But let's say that they do, for the sake of the example. So they say like, oh, the room was big and the carpet was red and something like that. And then in my brain later, if let's say I watch the movie and I see the big room with the red carpet and I'm like, oh, that's a big room. I didn't know the carpet was red. I forget descriptions. My guess is that it's the same thing as the a plantation or whatever is called, whatever is pronounced, that thing. Sometimes when I was in my art lessons a long time ago, we used to do like studies of stuff like, oh, paint that flower. People, many of my classmates were able. Oh my gosh, the chili peppers are killing me. Many of my classmates were able to paint the flower, and I was like checking the flower, trying to memorize one line, and then I couldn't. Like, I had to go back to the flower or to whatever we were copying. Okay. Whenever you're able, doesn't need to be right away. No, it's fine because I was checking if I have it in my notebook. I have a notebook with the lists for the farms, but still I need to check the videos when I build the farms because I don't memorize instructions. That's another of my issues. Like, you know how much I struggle to recreate a recipe? Like, a long time ago, like, let's say, maybe around 15, 20 years ago, I was able to well, I was not able, but I started making things. Yeah, it was around 20 years ago. Making things like lasagna or hamburgers or things. But I had to check the recipes a lot, because I cannot memorize recipes or instructions. They can't write. I'm gonna end up not like all these torches. I'm gonna end up washing them up or doing something. Similar. I think I have to wash them up. It's the easiest way. So I have to check and recheck the videos. And I take note of the list of ingredients. So I taught my mom how to make the lasagna that I learned how to make. And then I made, I perfected the recipe that I think I found it in the internet or maybe in the box, in the pasta box. Oh my gosh, my mom is killing me. And I couldn't. Like, my mom knows the recipe now better than I do. I experimented with different kinds of cheese, with the consistency of the sauce, with the seasonings and everything. And my mom was like, "Oh yeah, you do it like this," and recreates the recipe. I just floated to that second junkie have passion in the dragon armor and died a very stupid death there. No, Cammy, no. Not in the lava, I hope. At the extended tunnel, you started to make it back and retrieve my stuff. That's the way you learn, dying in the nether. I think So I have been in pain since I got my colonoscopy. And the doctor had to take a biopsy. So they basically cut a small section of whatever they want to send to test. That's basically a biopsy. So I think that cut hurt me. Even though they say it's not supposed to hurt, my tolerance to pain is very low. I don't know why. That's how I am. I went to another fortress that was minus 250, minus 250. Oh yeah, that's such a nice location. Very easy to memorize. Oh no. No. Okay, I know what happened to you. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's so. Minus 900, minus 600. 100-ish minute Redl station almost finished. Oh my gosh, that is so amazing. I should do that. I honestly should do that because I haven't bought my my what is it called? Treadmill? I forgot the name. The thing where you walk. And I will not buy it because I have that surgery that I was not. I was not thinking, like I was not planning. So yeah, I won't buy anything. But yeah, at least a treadle. Yeah, I should try to incorporate that. I don't have space here in my legs though. I flew right up from underneath because dragon armor and I couldn't get out. Treadmill, okay. Start slow. Yeah. More than slow is more like, oh yeah, I won't be able to buy it. This is second surgery in the future. Actually, it's like the highest priority surgery right now. And I think that's also why I have been stressed, but because I was already stressed about not having the money for the other surgery. Look where oh my gosh, it's as if I had planned everything. I didn't. It's so pretty to see when I come back to a place where things are already working. Oh my gosh. Yeah, perfect. 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 Let's go up. Let's go up. Oh, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, what is this? Okay, this is where I change my pickaxe. Gonna leave that there. What time is it? Okay, we still have like a 1 hour. Okay, got it. Good, good, good. These guys, however, they might lag my whole thing, my whole um project. Been doing this off and on for a few years. I think I should do that because of my knees. Look, I have an advantage. I don't drink beer, and that's the problem in my family. My sister, my youngest sister, 11 years younger than me. She had a motorcycle accident. Nothing serious, nothing like extremely ugly, just what you can expect from a small motorcycle accident. But she hurt her knee. Now it hurts her. Like it's in pain sometimes. And those are things that you cannot undo or heal. Knees, hips, your back, They're never the same. Just count. That's why sometimes I go silent because I'm counting and I cannot think of words and numbers at the same time. Like Weldon does. I'm not that smart. And the problem with my sister is that she drinks beer. So her pain is only going to increase. One of my aunts, my dad's sister, she's way older than him. Like maybe less than 15 years, around 15 years older than him, maybe. Because she took care of him when he was a baby. Well, that's something that they make you do even when you are maybe 10 years old in those towns. Point is, she never stopped drinking beer. And she started struggling with her knees since I know her, like over 20 years ago. She was complaining about the knees. My dad has knee issues. I think he recently stopped drinking beer. And yeah, beer is one of many factors for knees issues. Of course, there's way more things, but I don't drink. So I hope that counts for something. I hope that gives me brownie points, you know? Not being a drinker. Hopefully it gives me brownie points, because so far, anytime that I go to the doctor, they're like, do you drink? No. My other sister got her gallbladder removed. And she still keeps drinking. Oh, it was lava. If you're right, underneath was brown. All right. Okay, yeah. I was trying something in the mic. I struggled to make it to 30 minutes when I first started. Okay. Yeah, I think that's something that I should do. I should save for the treadmill, though. I need that specific kind of exercise, or even yoga. So I could watch yoga videos, but also that's a kind of thing that it's better if you do it with help. At least yoga. The treadmill, not a big deal. Cami and the trans She-Hulk grind. Keep grinding. Cami has horrible misaligned knees. Oh yeah, avoid beer. Beer is gross. Look, I don't find it extremely gross, but I don't like the idea of drinking. Like when I tell people, like they think that I find I'm allergic to tequila. But that's a different thing. But for example, I used to drink red wine. And now I cannot because I got allergic to mushrooms, and shortly after I became, I'm not really sure if it's allergic or if it's the thing that I have in my colon. The funny thing that they found out that maybe it's messing with me, but either way, I had to stop drinking stop drinking red wine. And it's bitter. Even more than beer. But I like those kind of flavors, and there are red wines that are very sweet, so I love anything sugary. I don't eat that much sugar, but I love sugary stuff. I love sweet stuff. And beer, I don't find it like the flavor is not that bad. The way people prepare beers here, oh, I love it. Because they add tahine, Worcester sauce, the one that is very difficult to pronounce. Do they add that one? Yeah, I think. And the Maggi juice thingy and other sauces like hot sauce. The ones that come in bottles, they add that to beer, so it's not like, it's fun. And they sometimes add nice flavors like pineapple or that kind of stuff. The preparations that they make with beer here are really interesting, but I cannot drink anymore, even if I wanted to. My health issues, like, and that doesn't mean that, oh, I used to drink beer. No, it was like, oh, there's a party, I can take a sip of beer, not anymore. But also, having an alcoholic person in the family makes you not wanting to drink. Either you embrace your inner alcoholic or you just hate it entirely. Don't like the taste of alcohol. Yeah, it's not the most wonderful thing. I love piña coladas. I love a good piña colada without the alcohol, but it has milk. So, fun times. Can only drink fruity booze and heavily mask the flavor of the alcohol. I'm gonna move the mic a second. Okay, yeah, I placed it like a little bit closer to my head height in the chair. Sorry about that. Fruity booze. I prefer, but that, like, I prefer not drinking. Also, there's a thing. Drinking creates what people call or used to call an altered state of consciousness. Which basically means your consciousness is not complete. It's not entirely itself. Like as when you are sleeping, you're not entirely conscious. When you faint, you're not conscious. Alcohol, drugs, medicine can create that, and I am a little bit paranoid. Paranoid. And I don't like the idea of not being aware of everything at all times. You know what I like of doing this underground? I don't have to sleep. When I am up, I have to sleep. I'm starting to experiment with wearing wrist weights on my longer walks. Wait, wrist weights, how do they work? I'm losing weight. I don't want to add weight to myself. I mean, I think they will help you with your core strength. That's my assumption. Yeah, but also I hate alcohol culture. That's besides the fact that my dad is drunk almost every day, if not every day. That doesn't help me out. But alcohol culture is a problem. Like, people cannot fathom the idea of spending an afternoon or having a good time with friends without alcohol. My first ever boyfriend was like that. Technically first ever boyfriend. A complicated situation. So he couldn't understand how I had friends who didn't drink. And in Japan, what I did unconsciously, I didn't know that was the case. The friends that I made were all non-drinkers. So I don't like the idea of going out to drink. And also, when my dad used to go to his parties, like they were, he was in the Rotary Club and some other of those kind of places. And then there was another group of friends that he still sometimes goes to. He hasn't gone in several weeks, in I think since I was in the hospital. He used that as an excuse, like, oh, I don't have money because I had to pay a hospital. And one of his friends, who is a doctor, was like more worried about me than worried about the fact that he had to spend money. And my dad was horrified that he had to spend money. That's why I have to save for my surgery, because I am on my own on that one. He only drank alcohol once since before the pandemic. They had samples down the street at the store once last summer. On the street? Summer? It's hot. No, 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 no. Bad idea. Bad idea. They were cooking out, so I tried a couple things while I waited. Okay. Yeah, it's good. I mean, I don't mean like people have to stop drinking like now and forever. I wish that were the case, but I'm realistic. But it's good to try a drink and to be able. That's a good thing, to be able to know what's strong and what is not, and how lightweight you are or not, because there might be the situation where you need to know how lightweight you are. Hopefully not, but it's always a good idea. But also, it's something that can create addiction, so I couldn't keep creating resistance, but at least knowing that tequila, vodka, and whiskey, if abused, they're gonna knock you down. And know that beer, no more than maybe, in my case, not even one, but knowing that beers for your body is like more than 3 and you go crazy. So it's a good idea to know. But I usually go for mocktails, and people don't notice that you are not drinking. But I make sure to let people know, like, hey, I'm sick, I'm allergic to this and that, and if I need an emergency allergy pill, it kills me if I drink alcohol. I think I heard fruity margarita seltzer thing and some brand of whiskey. Whiskey's nice. I like whiskey. But obviously not in excess. And not on the rocks, like straight. You know, I know some drinks, and that's that's it. But I'm not like, oh my gosh, I want to drink, and that's what really puts me off sometimes, because people who cannot think about meeting others, like go to a family gathering or going to a party or anything without drinking. That's what really bothers me. I have met people like my first boyfriend. I'm pretty sure he became an alcoholic. He couldn't stop drinking. He said that he could whenever he wanted to, but he was not going to give away his youth. When I was finishing university, there was this guy who had a car accident and died. And I think it was from drinking. Like the car accident. So very ugly thing. That freaking guy. I don't like margaritas because it's tequila. Oh, now they had this new trend that they make margaritas with mezcal. Mezcal is another drink made out of the same plant that tequila comes from, agave. Basically, the process is different, so you create another different drink, and they have substitute tequila with that. People go crazy for tequila. I'm like, oh my gosh, I hate it. I had some pretty decent grape vodka when I was younger. Oh, yeah, I go for the fruity, sweet things as well. But I honestly, it's because I like sweet stuff. So I go like, oh, and also alcohol is linked to obviously many diseases, cancer, and also diabetes. I was telling at the beginning of the stream that I know a person who is in terminal care because she has diabetes, and a few years ago the wife of my mom's cousin died of diabetes complications. So honestly, that could be an awful thing to add. Like, alcohol has so many disadvantages. I remember when it used to be announced on TV. And oh my gosh, no. Yeah, the whiskey burn, but in a fun way. Yeah, it's if you like those kind of bitter flavors, I think that's an interesting option. Oh, and also what I have noticed in, let's say, American shows is that people with a glass of wine or any kind of alcoholic drink are portrayed very commonly. Police officers, not on the clock, but police officers and all that kind of people in TV shows, like and in movies, like going out for a drink. I cannot even drink coffee, let alone thinking about those kinds of drinks. I simply didn't hate it. A good whiskey even if not necessarily like expensive, but can the flavor can be enjoyed. Mix it with cheese. Very yummy combination. But honestly, there's more interesting things to me than alcohol. Like, I never gave it time to create an addiction, like a necessity. What the heck are you doing here? But it's very easy. It's very easy to become addicted to to almost anything, especially if there's a history. That's why I also avoid it, because there's a history of alcohol addiction in my family. Many people in my dad's family, not only my dad, drink a lot or used to drink a lot when they were alive. So they say that it can be genetic. Cheese. If you can eat cheese, eat cheese. Because becoming lactose intolerance is even worse than not being able to drink alcohol. Because look, I love that my doctors always tell me like, oh, you should avoid alcohol, and I'm like, no, I don't drink. Like, not at all. In Christmas, it's tradition in Mexico to drink Christmas and New Year. Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, but also Christmas, and it's a tradition to drink cider, apple cider. Apple cider has alcohol. I'm not really sure how much of an alcoholic drink it is considered, but there are countries that cider is not in the alcohol section. It is in Mexico because it does have alcohol. And it's something that I like because it's like a soda and it's sweet. It's really nice. I cannot even drink that anymore. So it's been a while since in Christmas we were supposed to have like cider. Where are my stuff? Okay, here. And I didn't drink cider, and I don't think I will be able to drink it again because of kidney stones, because of colon issues. The apple cider with cheese is also really good, especially a manchego, like the one from Spain. Not really about other kinds of cheese, because for me I prefer the milder, the ones that are not too mature and the ones that are not too strong in smell and flavor. So yeah, I love mild cheese, but I cannot eat cheese anymore. I'm gonna have to call it an early-ish night again. No, don't worry. I'm about to leave myself as well, so you're not going to miss much other than my digging down business. Don't worry, rest, Cammy. I didn't sorry, I didn't have a good night, well, a good morning because my parents woke me up early. So I was thinking about you. I was like, how is Cammy doing? Hopefully she has her beauty sleep because I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sweet dreams, Cammy. Mine is a very weak anti-alcohol campaign. I must confess. You know, I love this kind of projects because they allow me to speak about everything without even have to narrate. Like, hey, I'm digging down. I'm mining deep slate. Another deep slate. No, I don't have to. It's not like a complex project. So I can distract my mind, and that's what I was talking earlier. I need to distract my mind because I'm getting stress that looks a lot like PTSD. Today when I was thinking that today, that's why I am mentioning it. Today my my dad woke me up to open the door for him. So he has a place where he has planted fruit trees. So he went to check on that. And my mom was showering. So yeah, when she went out, she went to buy milk. Because there's a program in Mexico where they sell you very cheap milk, like subsidized milk. But you have to go at specific times, at specific days, specific hours. So it is a mess. So my mom went there, but she called me like, oh, it's getting late and the queue is a little bit too long, so open the door for your dad if he arrives. And I was like, oh no, this is like a war situation that I had my window open, and every time I heard the engine of either a motorcycle of a car that was making too much noise, I was like jumping out of my bed and dressing in record time as if I were in a war zone. And I was like, oh my gosh. This is the PTSD that people talk about, but I'm still living the war zone. I'm still living in the war zone. So it is tricky because right now I need to be extremely calm Cammy, go to sleep. The situation with my colon is delicate. So if I get too stressed, sometimes like I have horrible stomach aches. What they call, I am not really sure if it has the same name in English, but here they call it like nervous colitis. Because it doesn't. Sorry, I had to drink water. It doesn't really have a reason for your colon to have inflammation, but you get all the symptoms. And I was diagnosed with alimentary colitis first. Oh, the game has sound. Amazing. And then when they didn't find the cause, it was like, oh, it's another kind of colitis, and it was a mess. It was a mess. But yeah, stress is a big thing when it comes to this kind of diseases. The problem is that, and I don't know how to advocate for that, like what to say to people. Like, yes, do get your colonoscopy. Usually they tell you like what age you should start having colonoscopies, but it's difficult process. It's expensive, and many insurance um companies don't want to cover it or to authorize it. And even the healthcare in my country doesn't like the idea of authorizing colonoscopies like here and there all the time. And there are people who don't want to get colonoscopies as well. So it's a very invasive. I was gonna say traumatic process, but the preparation is a traumatic one because you have to fast for 2 days and drink a special medication, and it's it's a lot. It's a lot, but also it can prevent things. It can prevent things like what I have. My doctor says that had they authorized a colonoscopy like 10 years ago when I was diagnosed, I they could have done something back then and not, well, either way you have to get the surgery, but when they find one of those things, you have to go through surgery, whether you want it or not. Give me a second. What time is it? 11:58. I'm gonna try to finish soon because yeah, my parents woke me up today. Woke me up very early, and I'm first of all I'm hurt. I think the colonoscopy thing, even though it was an amazing thing, the a horrible experience, but the doctor was good. Um, let me check something because I forgot something, but it's not really important. So yeah, whenever you have a stomach ache only, and the stomach ache becomes stomach aches all the time, and it becomes different kinds of crises that end up in horrible situations where you think you're dying out of either the pain or the fear that you don't know what's going on and things are constant. Go to the doctor. And I did go to the doctor, but doctors were a little bit too. Doctors have a bias. And what I got diagnosed with is something that they will not know. Oh, well, they discard the option because of the age. So I started with diverticulitis around the age of maybe 29 or 28. This is a disease that you have when that it's more possible to next to one torch. Okay, yeah, I can survive that. Yep. This is a disease that is most likely to be in people of the in six starts around the 60s, in your 60s. So if you're not in your 60s, like, they don't even consider, not even sometimes in your 50s, you're kind of there. Like they might believe you. But in your 20s? No. How is that even possible? And yeah, people know someone old who has such disease. And it's the same for everything, not because you have certain you belong to certain demographic also means age and gender, and not only race, or certain there are no risk factors. That doesn't mean that you might not have a disease. So if something feels wrong, insist. The doctor that diagnosed me, she did when she exhausted all possibilities. And they were not authorizing anything, any good tests. So she was basically giving me the tests that or sending me to get the tests that she was authorized to send. And when they came out negative every single time, she was like, oh yeah, the patient is doesn't have this and is not responding to treatment. And so it took around 8 months for her to be able to send me to a second doctor that was authorized to send me more tests. And even that doctor was too lazy and said, like, he said, oh no, you cannot have this. This you don't have the age. And even my current doctor tells me that it's something that can happen at any age. But only that doctor, she was like insistent on this. But also, if a doctor tells you something is right and you feel something is wrong, something is wrong. Something might be wrong. Like, I found out 10 years later that this problem is even bigger than just the things that have been killing me of pain. There's something else. So, and it took me to get to the hospital to notice all of that. Because there are doctors who are lazy, and we have to live with that information. Have to live with the idea that there are doctors who are very lazy, or the limitations that the healthcare systems, whatever system you have in your country, if you have like a healthcare system like many countries in Europe, or the system we have in Mexico, that it's flawed. It has so many flaws, but it's more accessible to people than, let's say, the system in the US. But whichever system you have for your health, keep insisting if there's pain, because you can prevent things. Like, had I not ended up in the hospital for, let's say, another maybe 3-4 years, but I don't think my colon would have survived that much, I would have ended up in the hospital for an entire different reason, and I would have lost my colon. And that's a huge disability. Like, people need to understand how awful a disability it is, even though I don't have to go through that. Let's hope I never do. This one is incorrect. All right, I count in Spanish. Well, it's past midnight and we have progressed a lot. I did 2 layers upstairs. And I have been, this is one of the parts that take the longest, because, you know, deep slate is deep slate. The other day I finished this. This is 3 layers. So 1, 2, and 3. So that's the difference. Upstairs, what I mean by upstairs is it in the I'm gonna have to destroy the, or maybe I will leave it. I still don't know. Wait, you're new? You're new. These guys keep appearing everywhere. I don't know how to get rid of them without killing them. So here, underground, it is way slower, way different. Birds? Do we have birds? Now I call them birds. I call them birds, as Weldon does. Yeah, but I need to sleep, people. I need to sleep. It has been fun. I have been having fun with the games I have been playing. Like, I don't go that heavily. Like, although I keep on streaming daily, I haven't skipped that many days recently. The 3 games that I am playing right now, that I have played in the recent days, Story of Seasons, Grand Bazaar, Factorio, and Minecraft, have been highly enjoyable. And look at this. Look at this. This is a lot of progress, considering that I started this was the max height at some point here. here. At some point, I did that at that level because that was the. Sorry, my my throat. My mom really did something with the chili peppers. So this was the height this area was at, and then the lowest part was over there, and then I made this kind of the same. It is a coincidence that it is here. But I made this dip slate, improvised dip slate area. It was incorrect the first time, like 1 or 2 blocks incorrect at each side. So it was an approximate, and hopefully I don't find another room of the trial chamber, because if I do and it's outside of this scope, I'm gonna have issues. Like, I wanted to start here because I said, okay, this is a good height, but yeah, I kind of guessed very wrongly. But well, it was fun. It was fun. Thank you everyone for being here. This has been Tenshi with Minecraft and my project of Unearthing a Trial Chamber. This was episode 7. Tomorrow, I might stream. I might not. I need to take my Chinese test. Sorry, it's just my throat. It's killing me. But anyways, I will see you all next time with either this Factorio or Story of Seasons. Who knows? Who knows? See you next time, everyone. Have a good night. Bye.